Morning, everyone. This is a historic day. And yesterday, across this great land, we were celebrating Canada Day, and today we're celebrating Canada Strong Day. Because in a more dangerous and divided world, our strategy has been and continues to be to focus on what we can control, building our strength here at home and diversifying our partnerships abroad. And today, a series of initiatives we're going to announce, anchored here in British Columbia. We will catalyze, through these initiatives, over $200 billion in new investment, while advancing our trade agenda across Asia. In all cases, British Columbia is the linchpin, the gateway to a more prosperous, more sustainable, and a more inclusive Canada. And I want to thank you, Premier Eby, for your leadership in making this possible, and that of your colleagues who are here this morning. Le monde devenu plus dangereux et divisé. Le système commercial mondial est en pleine mutation. Et maintenant, nous sommes confrontés à une crise énergétique à trois niveaux: du coût de la vie, de la sécurité et climatique. La bonne nouvelle, c'est que le Canada a des solutions. Just a few weeks ago at the G7, leaders called on Canada to provide the reliable energy that the world needs, and will do so sustainably and inclusively. The Premier is just back from China, opening new opportunities for BC businesses. Today, President Marcos of the Philippines, the Premier and I will join him. President Marcos is here beginning a state visit that will deepen our economic and security and cultural ties with the Philippines and, given his presidency of ASEAN, across the 500 million residents of the ASEAN countries. But to seize these opportunities, Canada has to do things differently. We need to move faster, we need to build bigger, and we need to work together. We have to be ambitious and build sustainably and inclusively. British Columbia is Canada's gateway to the world's fastest growing markets. British Columbia's power grid produces amongst the cleanest and most reliable, affordable electricity in North America. BC is a leader in mining, production of gold, zinc, copper, and well beyond. This great province has one of the world's most educated and skilled populations. And so it's on that exceptional foundation that Premier Eby and I are committed to build a stronger, more resilient, more independent province and country. Now, already it's the case that 1/3 of the initiatives that are advancing through the Major Projects Office come from BC. But today we're accelerating and broadening that momentum. Premier Eby and I are announcing a landmark Canada-British Columbia Cooperative Prosperity Agreement. This agreement is comprehensive, it's ambitious, and it will help transform the entire Canadian economy. So it's not just about one province, the entire Canadian economy, and will help fund the public services on which Canadians rely. C'est un plan qui nous aidera à exploiter notre plein potentiel en tant que superpuissance énergétique. Il permettra de construire de nouveaux corridors de transport et d'entendre ceux qui existent déjà pour que nous puissions exporter nos ressources vers les marchés mondiaux plus rapidement. Il mettra à profit la main-d'œuvre hautement qualifiée de la Colombie-Britannique en agissant la formation et accélérant le recrutement et favorisant l'embauche d'un plus grand nombre de travailleurs de métiers spécialisés. Enfin, il prévoit des mesures de protection environnementale rigoureuses et un partenariat concret avec les Premières Nations à chaque étape du processus. So what are we going to do? Well, first, Canada and British Columbia will work together to accelerate the projects that will unlock Canada's full potential as a global energy superpower, starting with LNG. By 2040, global LNG demand is expected to rise by 60%, particularly to replace high-emission coal generation in Asia and to balance grids that are increasingly going to be powered by renewables. Canada can become the preferred supplier. The federal government will work with private sector proponents, communities, and First Nations to accelerate the permitting, the financing, and the construction of major LNG projects in BC. These include LNG Canada, Silicon, Prince Rupert Gas Transmission Project, Cedar, and Woodfibre LNG. These projects collectively will more than triple our production over the next decade, reach new markets in Asia as well as Europe, and all of them built with low emissions and in full partnership with First Nations. Second, we will support the development of the power, the mining, and the trade infrastructure needed to unlock northern British Columbia's full economic potential in an environmentally sustainable way. With respect to power, the federal government will provide $3.5 billion for phases 1 and 2 of the North Coast Transmission Line to deliver clean, reliable, affordable electricity to projects in the regions and their communities. On mining, the federal government will invest $500 million to expand the Red Chris mine, which will increase Canada's annual copper production by more than 15%, reinforcing our position as the reliable critical mineral supplier of choice and reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the production by over 70%. With respect to broader issues of sustainability and conservation, we will create, through this process, a new conservation area the size of Greece, consistent with Canada's commitment to preserve 30% of our lands by 2030. And we will invest in new clean energy projects across the province with a particular focus on developing wind turbine manufacturing in BC. Nous améliorerons les réseaux de transport d'énergie et que nous réalisons de nouveaux projets d'énergie éolienne pour libérer tout notre potentiel en tant que superpuissance énergétique mondiale. Nous mettons également en place des infrastructures commerciales nécessaires pour acheminer nos ressources vers de nouveaux marchés à travers le monde. The Port of Vancouver moves $1 billion in trade every single day, reaching over 170 countries. And it moves more cargo than the next 5 largest Canadian ports combined. But that success is now straining capacity. Bottlenecks are appearing and they're worsening. Ships have to wait to load their cargo. It takes too long for imported goods to get to Canadian markets. That slows our trade. It means we lose some business to the United States. It increases prices here at home. Overall, it's holding our economy back. So we're committed to change that. This is part of our drive to double non-US exports over the course of the next decade. The Government of Canada will support $10 billion in major infrastructure upgrades to expand capacity at the Roberts Bank terminal. That alone will unlock $100 billion in new trade capacity, adding approximately $3 billion to Canada's economy every single year. The potential of this expansion over time will rival the contribution of the St. Lawrence Seaway to our country. Now, while we make it easier to move trade, we'll make life easier for long-suffering commuters. In partnership with British Columbia, the federal government will provide up to $3 billion for the George Massey Tunnel Replacement Project. This will replace, as many of you know, the aging 4-lane transport tunnel along Highway 99 with a modern 8-lane tunnel, enabling Canada to export more of what we produce while connecting the economy of the Lower Mainland as a whole. In parallel, we'll work with port authorities and First Nations to maximize the potential of the ports of Prince Rupert and the Port of Stewart. These will serve as vital trade corridors for our critical minerals and other resources and provide much needed extra capacity for a growing BC economy. Now, British Columbians and Canadians have always understood that it's not just about what we build, but it's also about how we build. And that's why we're building sustainably, including by establishing a new national carbon credit framework to build carbon markets that actually work, and by expanding BC's clean grid where it can have the greatest impact. It's also through Canada's $250 million investment in the Whales Initiative to reinforce existing protection for Canada's whales, including the southern resident killer whale habitat alongside the BC coast. And we'll strengthen protections for coastal ecosystems by preventing oil spills and strengthening marine conservation through our new Oceans Protection Plan. On top of all that, the conditions for the Roberts Banks Terminal 2 expansion will include detailed measures to protect these habitats. We're also clear that today's Canada-BC agreement will maintain the federal North Coast tanker ban in accordance with the proposed route of a new trans-provincial pipeline under the bilateral agreement with Canada and Alberta. We will build inclusively, in true partnership with First Nations, including those here alongside the Salish Sea. That means Indigenous ownership, to give communities a direct stake in the projects and to deliver durable, long-lasting economic benefits. The scale of these opportunities is absolutely unprecedented, and we're committed that our agreement will provide the model for the future across the country. We will also build in solidarity with BC workers. Through the Team Canada Strong initiative, we're in the process of creating up to 100,000 skilled trades apprenticeships. And through this agreement, we will also provide $630 million for affordable childcare in British Columbia, so more British Columbians can participate in the growing economy as they wish. Throughout, we will prioritize Canadian materials, including BC lumber, steel, critical minerals. You know, there is a long, proud history of building in this province. That building has brought great prosperity, but also in retrospect, there have been some lessons. It hasn't always been done in the best way. I'll give a personal example here. My grandfather worked in the 30s and 40s, early 50s in the Anaconda copper mine in Britannia Beach, which at its peak provided 1/5 of the world's copper supply. Created great prosperity. It was foreign owned. The workers in that mine weren't always treated fairly. First Nations were excluded, and the environmental impact of that mine was largely ignored. This time, now, in partnership, we are building in the right way, in solidarity with workers, in full partnership with First Nations, and sustainably in a way that protects the lands and waters for generations to come. Today's landmark agreement is about building a Canada that works for all, and that's truly Canada Strong. Thank you very much for your attention, and now I would like to pass the floor to Premier Eby.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you all here today. It's good to be here on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your strong partnership and leadership in this process we have been through. It's obviously a high-stakes time for Canada. The big game's coming up. And Prime Minister, you know, this is a country when the chips are down, we really know how to come through, and this is a Prime Minister that is a tough negotiator and very persuasive, so do not be surprised if you see some Moroccan players crossing the field. Today is a big day for Canada. It's a big day for British Columbia. Together, we have secured a landmark, generational, multi-billion-dollar agreement with the federal government that sets BC on a trajectory, a generational path to prosperity. The Canada-British Columbia Cooperative Prosperity Agreement is about building the kind of country we want, the kind of province we want, and BC's future. Not just today, but for generations to come. It's all about leveraging our strengths in this province to deliver real benefits for British Columbians. It means more good jobs for workers in this province. It means more opportunities to train for better pay. It means faster commutes for people as we build critical infrastructure for the future of this province. It means less pollution as we build with clean BC electricity. And it means the kind of shared prosperity that supports strong public services, not just in this province, but right across the country. And we're doing all of this while protecting the beautiful places that make this province so remarkable. I am very proud to say that through our discussions and negotiations with the federal government, we have secured a commitment to keep the Northern Tanker Ban firmly in place, protecting British Columbia's pristine northern coast and the $2 billion plus economy that relies on it. This agreement recognizes the role that BC will play in building a stronger, more independent nation. At the heart of this agreement is a significant multi-billion-dollar federal investment in British Columbia, including a major new investment in the North Coast transmission line, $3.5 billion in net benefit for BC hydro ratepayers, hundreds of millions of dollars in critical support for the Red Chris mine expansion, and up to $3 billion towards the Massey Tunnel Replacement Project. Taken together, these projects don't just strengthen our economy, don't just support good jobs, they also build the crucial infrastructure that our country will need going forward. The North Coast transmission line, for example, will help power growth with clean, affordable, made in BC electricity, leveraging our advantages over other jurisdictions around the world. Red Chris is going to help strengthen Canada's critical minerals sector at a time when the world is looking to us for a stable supply of those metals and minerals. And the Massey Tunnel replacement will improve a critical transportation corridor that people rely on every single day. This agreement also advances commitments to workforce training, childcare, unionized labor, and watershed protection. Because building a stronger economy means investing in people and protecting the places we depend on. Now, our government is going to continue discussions on federal support to build on BC's natural resource strengths through a newly established implementation committee. This committee has firm deadlines that we will work to hit together on key projects. This includes, as the Prime Minister mentioned, a federal commitment to delivering additional port infrastructure and additional support for our hard-hit forest sector and steel sectors in the, as a result of the impact of US tariffs. In an increasingly uncertain world, British Columbia can help deliver the critical materials that people need, that trusted allies need, from a stable and reliable partner. And I can assure you, that was part of my conversations in every single trade mission to date, whether in Asia or anywhere else. With some of the lowest carbon LNG in the world, we can help support energy security while reducing global emissions and creating opportunities for British Columbians. There's one piece that I want to be clear about. This agreement doesn't require us to support any pipeline proposal from Alberta. However, as I've said before, we recognize our constitutional position, and we do not have the authority to stop a new pipeline. We will not be going to court to fight a pipeline project. Instead, we will ensure we fulfill our constitutional obligations in good faith. Pipelines are federal jurisdiction. That's why this agreement matters. It ensures that the Northern Tanker Ban stays in place. And it ensures that if a pipeline goes ahead, that British Columbians are fairly compensated for the environmental risks we would take on any new pipeline project. The projects that are moving forward in BC are about more than just infrastructure. It's about good jobs. It's about stronger communities. It's about cleaner growth. It's about building a future where people and families can thrive in our province. This agreement, without doubt, and I appreciate it, is a strong vote of confidence in the role that British Columbia will play in driving forward this new Canadian vision of Prime Ministers and of so many Canadians about the role that our country can play. Over the next 3 years, our province is poised to deliver more than $88 billion in new major projects That is an enormous opportunity for our province and for Canada. At a time of global uncertainty, Canada needs reliable trading partners, stronger infrastructure, and new sources of economic growth, and BC will help with all of those efforts. By securing our fair share through this agreement, we're putting ourselves in a stronger position to support economic growth and improve the public services that everybody counts on. This partnership shows what is possible when governments work together and focus on improving people's lives. For too long, British Columbians sent out more money than we received back in federal supports. We haven't been receiving our fair share. But today, that is changing. Prime Minister Carney understands British Columbia. He understands that here in BC, economic growth, environmental protection, and reconciliation are not competing priorities, they force each other. Many of the opportunities before us depend on protecting the coast, safeguarding watersheds, and building responsibly. And major projects move forward most successfully when First Nations are partners, supporters, and owners of those projects. That is the formula that works in BC. That is how we create lasting prosperity. Now, the Prime Minister has been a strong supporter of this vision. He's been a tough negotiator through this process, but he's one who recognizes the strengths of this province and the role that we all play in Canada's future. For British Columbians, this comes down to just a few things. More good jobs, more opportunities to train for those jobs, continued progress to support parents with affordable childcare, major infrastructure projects moving forward, a protected northern coastline, growth powered by Made in BC, clean electricity, and a stronger future with better public services. We fought hard for BC's interests, and we secured an agreement that delivers real benefits for British Columbians. I am very grateful to the Prime Minister for his partnership in this work and for recognizing that BC has a key role to play in building a stronger and more independent Canada. Thank you very much.
We'll now turn to questions. We'll do 20 minutes of questions. Please identify yourself and who the question is for. S'il vous plaît, vous identifiez et à qui s'adresse la question. Première question, first question.
Hi, bonjour. Une question en français pour le Premier ministre Carney. Qu'est-ce que cette entente dit au sujet du moratoire relatif aux pétroliers et qu'est-ce que ça va vouloir dire pour les projets de pipeline de Daniel Smith que vous allez voir cet après-midi?
La première partie de votre question, c'est quel moratoire? Il n'y a pas de quel moratoire?
Le tanker ban.
Le tanker ban.
Oui, oui.
Oh,
Qu'est-ce
oui,
que ça dit en français? Oui, c'est ça.
En français, c'est absolument. Merci pour votre question.
Oui.
C'est absolument clair dans l'accord entre la Colombie-Britannique et le gouvernement du Canada que le tanker ban, le moratoire, reste en place. Alors, rester en place, on va protéger la côte nord de la Colombie-Britannique, du Canada, en effet, et ça va être là. En ce qui concerne la route possible de oléoduc qui va être proposée par l'Alberta, peut-être cet après-midi, on verra.
J'étais Julie Landry de Radio-Canada.
Prochaine question. Next question.
Hey, John Hernandez, CBC News here. One for the Prime Minister, but the Premier might want to weigh in as well. On the pipeline, are you still prepared to pursue it over the objections we've heard from the man standing next to you?
Well, two things. One, I'll just repeat what I just said in French, which is that more detailed discussions of the pipeline, I think, are best kept to later today. We'll have an availability with the Premier of Alberta. Secondly, I'll refer back, and of course the Premier, I'll refer back to the Premier's comments, which recognize the constitutional arrangements in Canada, which recognize a good faith undertaking, but also which recognize a series of expectations around any proposed pipeline, the tanker ban remaining in place, proceeding with carbon capture associated or other emission reduction measures associated with that, and full partnership and consultations partnership over time with First Nations, so Section 35 equivalent partnership. All positions that the Government of Canada support and has supported from the start, but the Premier may wish to add.
Thank you. I want to reflect on the fact that the federal government was under no obligation to sit down with us to talk about the pipeline. This is an area of federal responsibility under the law. We learned this the hard way on the last pipeline. And so the decision to sit down with us, to hear British Columbia's concerns, and to ensure that as best as possible we found a path forward on British Columbia's interests while respecting our North Coast was, in my opinion, a sign of leadership and a commitment to collaborative federalism, to Canada that works. The position of British Columbia has been very clear. There is no way that we see a new bitumen pipeline going through the north of the province, the removal of the tanker ban, and the compromising of multi-billion dollars of private sector projects. The fact that that tanker ban is uplifted, respected, and committed to, again, by the federal government in this agreement is a significant win for British Columbia. We have anxiety about the impact of any new pipeline project, period, on British Columbia's coast, which is why in this agreement there are very clear safeguards in place around spill protection, around British Columbia's participation. We know our legal position, we understand it, and we commit in this document to engaging when and if a pipeline proposal comes forward in good faith if these commitments are adhered to, and that is what this agreement is about.
Question Kissel, next question.
Hi, Daria Zargar from Global News. This might be for both of you. What kind of money will BC get from Ottawa over its carbon pricing?
So the agreement between Alberta and the federal government included a carbon price that is different than the carbon price that we were working on in British Columbia in terms of our planning processes going forward. In BC, we have a system where big polluters pay, and it's called the output-based pricing system. So that obviously brings challenges for us from a competitive perspective for BC's industry. We'll be working forward about how to incorporate this new agreement and this new federal carbon pricing scheme into our understanding of the competitive landscape here in British Columbia. What's in the agreement is a commitment for the federal government to ensure that we're not financially impacted by that. So it gives us the space to be able to engage in the policy work we need to on our carbon price here in the province.
And I'll just confirm what the Premier just said. And the only thing I'll add is what's also in the agreement is the exploration of developing a more consistent and broader carbon market. That, when I say more consistent, it's called a national carbon price framework, and that's part of the work of the implementation committee because there's a potential to broaden this out. But the first point, which is directly to your question, is, as the Premier said, that we'll make that adjustment, make whole, if you will, the province of British Columbia, and that's also be the case for other provinces that would be affected. Thank you.
Next question, question Kissel.
Hi, Thomas Sill from Bloomberg. Just to ask about the Roberts Bank 2 mention in the agreement. It talks about a $10 billion figure. As far as I was aware, there's sort of $3.54 billion being talked about for the terminal, cargo terminal expansion. So what's the rest of that money, and could we see that as the terminus of a new oil pipeline?
On the last bit of your question, again, I'll refer all sort of pipeline specifics more properly to this afternoon's availability with the Premier of Alberta. After all, Alberta is the proponent or is the one that should put forward the pipeline. In terms of, there's various ways to size it, and there'll be greater specificity as the project moves. The core container and other terminal aspect of the project moves forward to the major project office, which is something you can expect relatively soon, that the major projects office would start its work on that. So there's container capacity, there's other bulk capacity. There are a series of environmental protections, which some don't count, but there are very considerable environmental protections that will be put in place consistent with the environmental assessments that have been done over the years and fully taking those into account. And there's potential other infrastructure that might make sense, but all of this will come out more directly soon. So I use the 10 billion figure just to give an overall sighting of the order of magnitude. That's not obviously a final FIT figure.
Okay.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Mike Hager, Globe and Mail. PM Carney, upholding the North Coast tanker ban, does that mean that Alberta has abandoned plans for a northern route and is instead focused on a southern route?
Again, I think questions directly with respect to a proposal from Alberta are best answered this afternoon. It's their proposal. And I want to reinforce what the Premier said a few moments ago, in this spirit of cooperative and collaborative federalism, to make things possible, a huge range of things possible. So you can draw your own conclusions, but you can also wait until this afternoon. I would, but I'm just going to make an observation and I'll hand to the next person, which is this is a landmark agreement, not because, I mean, yes, there are aspects here on energy infrastructure that are important, but the LNG developments that are reinforced by this, the absolutely enormous possibilities that are opened up in the in northern BC through the Northern Critical Conservation Corridor with clean energy and the critical minerals side of that, the communities that get developed because of that. The entire logistics, the change to the logistics in the Lower Mainland from Massey Tunnel through to Roberts Bank. It's not just Roberts Bank. It's not just, you don't just expand the capacity, obviously, of the port, but then leave aside rail capacity and other components that need for things to work. And that's where the benefits, and my last point I just made, is there are enormous direct benefits and investments in British Columbia as is right. There are social benefits from child care and beyond. There are benefits to Alberta potentially because of energy infrastructure. But there are also fundamental benefits to the entirety of Canada because of a much more effective transportation system, because of the resources that the financial resources this will create in order to provide Canadians with the social services they deserve.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Hi, Jared Yeager here with Sitka Media. On your affordable housing plan, so a lot of people, politicians and pundits from across the political spectrum have labeled this a condo bailout. And so, you've had some time to iron out some more of the details. So I'm wondering what benefits, if any, would be seen by developers?
Thanks, I'll take this one. You're hearing directly from developers that this is not what they asked for. And it is not, from their perspective, a bailout. When you buy something that's on liquidation, you don't sell yourself, I'm supporting a bailout for the store. This is an opportunity for us to recognize the reality that people can't wait for housing. We can buy housing at below our construction cost and make it available affordably. And if we don't do it, someone else will do it, large private sector investors, and make them available for rent for profit and then flip them. These condos will be purchased. And so we're seeking to purchase a small number of them and make them available for affordable housing at a price we could not build them for, and on a timeline we could not deliver them on. I would like the opportunity to actually launch this program so that British Columbians and Canadians can see it and see the opportunity that is presented here. As just one example, we have absolutely no plans to do this in Vancouver because the numbers just don't work. And yet much of the critique I hear is about downtown Vancouver developers. So if we'd have an opportunity to launch this program, to get people into housing faster, to leverage the ability of government to be able to get people into affordable housing as quickly as possible, I would appreciate that. I think it's an important initiative, and people hate it. Hey, we don't have to do it, but it is a chance for us to make a real difference in the lives of more than 2,000 families.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. Federal government pleased to participate in a small way, but an impactful way. And Minister Robertson is here, a small way, impactful way, in order to create the flexibility to do exactly what the Premier just said. Take advantage of distress in some developers. Take advantage for the purposes of affordable housing for families. in this province. And affordable housing, including with potential rent-to-own model. And you know, in the end, this is, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's in the actual transaction. If those opportunities present themselves, we've created the flexibility in order to get affordable housing to people at a cheaper price than could be built, we'll do it. If the market shifts, if the opportunity doesn't present itself, then it won't happen. But this is a smart way to do it. And you know, as last thing I'll just reemphasize, what happens in real estate over time is a bad development becomes a good development on the second or third owner. But in between, there's that opportunity for hardworking families that can't find affordable housing. And I commend the BC government for the idea of creating this, and we're happy to help make that a reality.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Hi, this is for Prime Minister Carney, CBC News, Andrew Lee. Women make up 50% of the labor force, but only 15% of the Red Seal trades in Canada.
Yeah.
What do you say to critics who might say this is a jobs for men?
Well, okay, thank you for that, because this is a critical point. So part of the reason for our Team Canada Strong initiative, and I'm just going to take a moment, Andrew, to explain it for everyone. But just get to the motivation. The motivation, part of the point is exactly that. It's to get more women into the skilled trades. It's to get more young people, obviously, into the skilled trades, disadvantage other groups into the skilled trades. Now, how do you do that? Part of the way you do it is you create a program at scale. This is $6 billion in funding that's coming into this program for 100,000, up to 100,000 apprenticeships. That's the first way. The second way is you make it seamless. So you start with initial opportunities to get into the labor force, which we work to create. You have a digital system, so your Red Seal book, your ticket, if you will, is digitally is digital and follows you all the way through. You get the direct apprenticeship experience, working with unions, working with technical colleges, but really working with unions. So we're going directly in with the union. So on the job experience, initial job, on the job experience, the training and the certification, and then at the end, help with placement into the first job, and including, because often it's not just the awareness of the opportunity, the seamlessness, but it's also the cost. So one of the things we're including is EI support and a completion bonus, because another thing that happens with apprenticeships over time is the completion rates are quite low, regardless of who goes in. I mean, they're in the 20%, depends on the province, but let's call it, I'll round it into the 20-25% range. So all of this is designed in order to make it easier to get in, get more women in, more other groups in, and to get those completion rates. We need these. British Columbia will need these workers, and I guess a message if someone's watching and is interested, these are not jobs, these are careers. The Premier referenced earlier $88 billion specifically that's relevant to this agreement of investment in British Columbia. But we're going to create many, many more opportunities similarly that are going to be built out over the decades. So that's the message.
Just to follow up, Prime Minister Carney, I'm old enough, lost enough hair in this business. I've heard those announcements before saying the encouragement of getting women involved in trades, but statistically it continues to be a predominantly male-oriented job. How can we make this fair for all Canadians?
Well, I mean, this is, you do need a holistic strategy, so I'll just refer to my previous answer, but also refer to another element that is in this agreement. And one of the things that has held back the level of female participation in the labor force has been the absence of affordable childcare. Now, we have made progress on that, but we also need to have funding at the scale and at the price points in order to get there. And again, you've touched on a very important point, because one of the elements to look at all aspects, or as many aspects of the economic opportunity, but also the social needs that come with that. There's reference to workers' rights and working with unions. Obviously, there's huge elements in here about inclusive partnerships with Indigenous, but also the child care agreement, the skills agenda, is in here by reference because it's central to achieving some of the outcomes that you just referenced. So thank you.
Thanks. I'll just hop in here because British Columbia has spent a lot of time working on how we can encourage more women into the trades. That included engaging with women directly and saying, what can we do? And one of the pieces, certainly all the pieces the Prime Minister mentioned, child care, trades training, generational investment trades training in our government at the provincial level, now as a result of this agreement, partnered up with the federal government's initiative. But one of the pieces that came out of it was the, and it sounds, it can sound trivial, but it is not in terms of working conditions for women on job sites, is the clear message that we got from the building trades that flush toilets and running water were essential to a comfortable working environment for women on the job site. And for all workers generally, of course, but particularly that their working conditions were not adequate. So we actually put a regulation in place that ensured that this technology, which is readily available, could be provided on job sites. Part of this work is about tracking as well. And so when we have community benefits agreements, when we have project labor agreements, we are tracking with employers the number of women, the number of underrepresented groups, and we are seeking to improve those numbers. Tracking, accountability, listening to women about what they need on the job site. This is all part of our strategy in BC.
We'll have time for one last question. Dernière question.
Thank you very much. Chuck Chang with the Canadian Press. This question is for Prime Minister Carney. How would you respond to those who would characterize what you announced today in BC as a quid pro quo to what you will be announcing with Premier Smith later this afternoon? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think partly the nature of the last response, a series of other things we've touched on, answer that. This is a comprehensive, ambitious, multi-year agreement. It helps with the next phase of this economy. It helps with the transformation of the Canadian economy. I'm going to come back to where I started. This is Canada's Strong Day. This is a representation of what we are all trying to accomplish to make Canada more independent, more resilient, more prosperous, more sustainable, more inclusive. And all of those elements are in this agreement. All of those elements were in the Premier's most recent trade mission, ended last night, I think, if I have my time right, to China. All of those elements will be in our discussion with President Marcos, which will begin in a few minutes. It's about capturing the immense potential of this province for the benefit of all the citizens of this province and more broadly all Canadians.
Thank you, Prime Minister. One of the realities of British Columbians is we build big things, we get big things done, and to be honest, we've been a bit quiet about it. Those days are over. We are proud of what we're doing here in British Columbia. When we look at what's happening at the Major Projects Office, the projects that are there, they're BC projects. When we look at the opportunities in the fast-growing markets in Asia, the economic growth and prosperity for the country when we have our economic strategy, it's called Look West, because we really felt the need to draw attention to what's happening here in British Columbia to the rest of Canada, and particularly to Ottawa. And I will say in this agreement that the federal government, specifically the Prime Minister, has recognized what's happening here in BC. To look at this as an Alberta agreement is again to do a disservice to British Columbia and the remarkable and incredible growth that is happening here in this province. This is a BC agreement about BC projects. It is a commitment to what makes this province amazing, our pristine North Coast. It is a recognition of our role in the cooperative federalism across the country that we play every single day with our ports and infrastructure, and it is a commitment to the next generation that is not just going to continue, but it is going to improve, and people are going to be able to participate. And so I understand Alberta is going to make an announcement tonight. That's Alberta's announcement. This is a BC agreement about BC projects. On our map, approaches $20 billion in commitments to this province. It is a generational federal commitment that we have been asking for a long time and have never seen. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership in helping us deliver.
Yes, nowhere, there you go.
We're ready now, was that? I was staying still. I was getting a little quickly, but you did very good. Being very still.
also what was said, there was also the possibility of asking him about how he feels in retrospect now about it. How is that about it?
Yan. Okay na yan. Mas okay yan. Walang ano. Oo. Yung magbaba, ano yan? Check mo muna nga yan, titingnan ko kung yan yun. Patay mo muna nga kung yan yun. Hindi ko alam. Hindi yan. Yan. Ewan, ito yata yung gitna or yung ito. Isa. Pre, parang... Ginagalaw nila isa eh. Hindi naman. Yan. Yan. Kakasilaw masyado. Hindi. Hindi. Ayan. Ang sakit sa mata. Ang sakit sa mata. Please turn up.
Can you turn it off? Madilim kasi ito, didilim. Naging one side. Naging one side.
One-sided love. Pwede ba din move dito?
Ito na yung the best eh. Ito na yung the best eh. Ayan na siya eh. Kasi pagka pinatay natin ito, boss, wala na.
So to go? Okay. Distinguished guests, please welcome the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, and His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., President of the Republic of the Philippines. Ministre du Canada et Son Excellence Monsieur Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., Président de la République des Philippines. Thank you. We will now proceed with the signing ceremony. The Republic of the Philippines, Acting Secretary Juan Miguel T. Cuna, Department Secretary Juan Miguel T. Cuna, Department Philippines, le secrétaire par intérim Juan Miguel T. Tuna, Ministère de l'Environnement et des Ressources naturelles. And concerning energy and natural resources between Canada and the Philippines. La ministre Ferdinand et le secrétaire Cuna signent la déclaration conjointe du Canada et les Philippines. Of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages. And for the Republic of the Philippines, Dr. Eric Zerudo, Chairman and Executive Director of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Veuillez maintenant accueillir les prochains signataires. Pour le Canada, le Honorable Marc Milo, ministre responsable de la langue officielle. Now, please welcome the next signatories. For Canada, the Honourable Reshi Valdez, Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism. And for the Republic of the Philippines, Her Excellency Maria Teresa Lazaro, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. Pour le Canada, le honorable Rachid Valdez, ministre des Femmes et de l'égalité des genres et secrétaire d'État aux petites entreprises et tourisme. Et pour la République des Philippines, son Excellence Maria Teresa Lazaro, secrétaire aux Affaires étrangères de la République des Philippines. The Minister and the Secretary are signing the Memorandum of Understanding on Tourism Cooperation. La ministre et le secrétaire signent le protocole d'entente concernant la coopération en matière de tourisme. Now, please welcome the next signatories. For Canada, the Honourable Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and for the Republic of the Philippines, Secretary Hans Leo J. Kaktak, Department of Migrant Workers. Veuillez maintenant accueillir les prochains signataires. Pour le Canada, le Honorable Anita Anand, Ministre des Affaires étrangères, et pour la République des Philippines, le Secrétaire Hans Leo J. Kaktak, Ministère des Travailleurs Migrants. Minister Anand and Secretary Kaktak are signing a joint declaration of intent concerning labor and migration cooperation. La ministre Anand et le secrétaire Kaktak signent une déclaration conjointe en tension concernant la coopération en matière de travail et de migration. Thank you. This concludes the official signing ceremony. Merci. Ceci conclut la cérémonie de signature officielle. Leaders, I would like to invite you to take your place at the podiums. We will now proceed with the press conference.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Bonjour tout le monde. President Marcos, it is a great honor, a great pleasure to welcome you to Vancouver in an official capacity, welcome you back to British Columbia. I trust that you will feel at home here because the Filipino community is at the very heart of Canada. Canada is home to more than 1 million Filipino Canadians. There are nearly 200,000 Filipino Canadians who reside right here in beautiful British Columbia. There are doctors, our nurses, our caregivers who help Canadians in their most critical moments. There are entrepreneurs, businesses that in some cases have become the gathering places for families and friends. Local restaurants here in Vancouver, Plato Filipino, global icons like Jollibee, where we will be going. We just had a working lunch. We didn't eat at our working lunch, so we'll be going to Jollibee to get some real sustenance. Filipino culture is proudly celebrated in the music, the dance, the art of our festivals. Kamayan Fest, Pinoy Festival, and Filipino Canadians join also when there's tragedy, as we joined a little more than a year ago to support each other after the Lapu-Lapu tragedy not far from here. Mr. President, we are one people, united in diversity and our humanity. And Filipino Canadians are also helping to lead our nation, including my colleague, Richie Valdez, Canada's first Filipina member of Parliament, our first Filipina cabinet minister. The community, the Filipino community, has helped build the Canada that we know today. A Canada that's stronger, it's richer, it's more vibrant because of the people who've chosen to make it their home. And this relationship extends across the Pacific to the Philippines, where we share an enduring friendship and now a deepening trade and security relationship. And it's that community that's part of the bridge, as you said, that links our two countries together, and that relationship on which we are building today. This visit comes at an important moment, a pivotal moment for Canada, for the Philippines, and our peoples. The world is more dangerous, it's more divided. Old alliances are being tested as new threats emerge. And at the same time, as we discussed, new opportunities are opening up in commerce, in technology, in energy, and in our culture. And so in a rapidly changing world, what Canada is doing is deepening our partnerships with countries who share our values and our ambitions. And to that end, we're deepening our trade and investment across ASEAN, the fastest growing region in the world. And nowhere is that more important than under your leadership, President Marcos, your leadership, your presidency of ASEAN. We're moving with determination to conclude negotiations of our Canada-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement by the summit this year. This agreement, once constituted, will reduce tariffs, in some cases fully eliminate them for our exports, help give Canadian workers and businesses access to a $5 trillion market of over 700 million people. Critically, crucially, we're also working hard to finalize negotiations on the Canada-Philippines Free Trade Agreement. You and I committed or intended last year when we met for the first time bilaterally to look to conclude that agreement this year. We're making good progress. It's an enormous opportunity to deepen that partnership, as I said at the start. The Philippines is one of Southeast Asia's fastest growing economies, and if it's one of Southeast Asia's fastest growing economies, it's one of the world's fastest growing economies. A population of almost 120 million people. We have a prospect of tripling our bilateral trade, both directions, by 2035. Great opportunities for our business. And really, this free trade agreement would be the foundation of our new Canada-Philippines strategic partnership. We're together, we're launching a new era of cooperation, deepening our collaboration in trade and energy, defense, and tourism. And as part of this partnership, we're announcing a joint declaration of intent on energy and natural resource cooperation and a new technical assistance partnership. We're already ourselves amongst the world's largest critical minerals producers. We're one of the top 5 global producers in 10 different critical minerals. You're one of the largest exporters of nickel or major producers of minerals like cobalt and copper, and we share your objective to increase not just the production but the processing of these essential materials. Ensemble, le Canada et les Philippines mettent à profit leurs ressources pour renforcer les chaînes d'approvisionnement en minéraux critiques et pour offrir davantage de minéraux critiques du Canada et des Philippines sur les marchés mondiaux. Now, economic cooperation is not enough. It has to be underpinned, reinforced by shared security. And that's why we're deepening our collaboration in marine, maritime security and in multinational military operations. We'll soon ratify the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement, enabling our armed forces to train and operate more closely through joint military exercises in both of our countries, reinforcing our collective security. Nous allons resserrer les liens entre nos populations qui unissent depuis longtemps nos deux pays, car les relations entre le Canada et les Philippines ne reposent pas seulement sur le commerce, mais aussi sur les personnes. Aujourd'hui, nous avons signé 2 protocoles d'accord visant à stimuler le tourisme afin de permettre aux gens du Canada et des Philippines de découvrir plus facilement tout ce que nos pays ont à offrir. We've also signed an important joint declaration of intent on labor and migration to strengthen protection for migrant workers and to promote ethical recruitment. Filipino workers make extraordinary contributions to communities across the world and across Canada. And when they're here, we will ensure they are treated fairly, can work safely, and have their rights protected. So, together, we're building a future where peace is sustained through cooperation, where prosperity is shared, and where opportunity is open to all. A future built through partnership. President Marcos, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your leadership of your country, of ASEAN, and thank you for your leadership on the global stage. Thank you for joining us to build our future together.
Thank you.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister Mark Carney, the esteemed members of the Canadian and Philippine delegations, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you all, and a belated Happy Canada Day to all our Canadian friends. I am so pleased to be able to visit Canada upon the invitation of Prime Minister Carney and to have the opportunity to meet him here in British Columbia. Arriving in British Columbia carries a deep symbolic significance, as the first documented Filipino arrival in Canada happened in this province's Bowen Island in 1861. Prime Minister Carney and I had a one-on-one meeting this morning where we discussed the positive trajectory of our bilateral relations and the ways forward to ensure a sustained and dynamic partnership. This was followed by an expanded bilateral meeting together with our delegations. Today, I am pleased to announce the elevation of our bilateral relationship to a strategic partnership. We have tasked our foreign ministers to draw up a plan of action to pursue our shared commitment to work together in adapting to shifting global realities, addressing shared challenges, and building capacities for future-ready partnership. We recognize that robust defense and security cooperation underpins the strong momentum of our relations. Recent milestones in this pillar underscore the shared commitment of our countries in ensuring that our peoples continue to live in peaceful and secure regions. We translate these aspirations into tangible and operational commitments. We welcome the signing of the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement in November 2025 in Manila, the signing of the Mutual Logistics Support Arrangement, and the Statement of Intent on Strengthening Defense Cooperation between the Philippines and Canada just 2 weeks ago in Ottawa. A strategic partnership is defined not just by deep and close relations, but also by the reliability of that partnership. To this end, we spoke about the importance of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific and Canada's increasing engagement in the region under its Indo-Pacific strategy. I commend the IPS and emphasize the importance on building its initiatives both at the bilateral and multilateral levels. I also thank Canada for its dark vessel detection program, which was deployed to the Philippines under the strategy to aid the country in combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing and increase maritime domain awareness. I conveyed keen interest in the continuation of the DVD program in Philippine waters. As the Philippines celebrates the 10th anniversary of the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal Award on the South China Sea, I thank Canada for its vocal and consistent support for a rules-based order in the South China Sea under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, and in upholding the arbitral award as final and legally binding. Tomorrow, I will meet with several business leaders and key players in the Canadian mining, IT BPM, and energy sectors. Canadian businesses, including those in said sectors, have been largely successful in the Philippines. I look forward to discussing more opportunities for deeper commercial ties between our two countries. Prime Minister Carney and I reaffirmed our commitment to conclude the negotiations for a bilateral free trade agreement this year, as we also negotiate the ASEAN-Canada Free Trade Agreement. We renewed our commitment to increase our bilateral trade, stand against economic coercion, and build a resilient supply chain. We are pleased to witness the signing of the Joint Declaration of Intent on Energy and Natural Resources Cooperation. Before I return home, I will meet with the Filipino community. I am glad to see and hear from our Canadian friends that the 1 million strong Filipinos in Canada are valued and respected for their contributions to the Canadian society, the economy, and government. They serve as the heart and soul of the strategic partnership between the Philippines and of Canada. To unleash this full potential, it is essential that Filipino professionals are able to practice their professions in Canada. In this regard, we will convey our hope that Canada's federal and provincial governments will continue working together to address the barriers to the recognition of the credentials of Philippine-educated professionals. I am also glad to have witnessed today the signing of bilateral understandings and declarations of cooperation in the areas of tourism, culture, and labor and migration. These agreements will help us harness the strong people-to-people ties between our two countries as we jointly build capacities and create a mutually beneficial talent pipeline for the future. I would like to thank Prime Minister Carney and the members of the delegation for the warm welcome and productive discussions that we have had today. Prime Minister Carney, I look forward to welcoming you for the 49th ASEAN Summit and related summits in Manila in November. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, and good afternoon.
Philippine side, first question, Global News. Go ahead.
I think there's a bit of a delay before it comes, but it'll get there.
Prime Minister Carney, it's
There you
about
go.
the pipelines. Paul Johnson from Global News of BC. It seems like we're learning about this new pipeline through a process of deduction today. BC's not going to oppose it. It's not going to be on the North Coast. This leaves us kind of one place, I would think, the body of water that's behind you. Now, I expect you don't want to steal the thunder of the Premier of Alberta, but this is going to be a really big deal for BC. Any details you could share with us here on where this pipeline is likely going to go? I'd like to know.
Well, thank you for framing the question that way. No, I don't want to steal the thunder from the Premier of Alberta, who is rightly the catalyst behind this, the proponent, if you will, or will identify the proponent. There will be a media availability in a few hours in Alberta. We'll go through that. I think what's important about the agreement that we announced here today, and I'm going to paraphrase Premier Eby because I entirely agree, it's an agreement that is transformative, it's comprehensive, it's ambitious, it moves to realize the full potential of British Columbia and Canada as a gateway to Asia. And across all forms of energy, across critical minerals, across a huge expansion of trade capacity, Port of Vancouver, much improved logistics, including commute times for long-suffering families here in the Lower Mainland through Massey Tunnel. And I think what is particularly instructive, and I'll end here, is that it is happening on a day when President Marcos is here. President's visit was the anchor for today's announcement. I was always coming here, the Premier coming to see the President, because of the importance of these ties and some of the potential and how we're going to build on those ties. That is part of what we as a country, as Canada, can realize, bringing together our people-to-people ties, 1 million Filipino Canadians, with our commercial and cultural opportunities. And you saw that in the accords signed moments ago. Thank you.
Prochaine question. Next question to the Philippines.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and Mr. Prime Minister. My name is Becopin. I am from Rappler. You've both spoken on the importance of middle powers working together amid superpower competition, disruptions to the rules-based international order. So I wonder, do you think existing multilateral and unilateral arrangements are enough? Are they working? What role do you think superpowers then, like the US and China, should be playing? And since the Prime Minister mentioned that old alliances are being tested, does it then still make sense to see the United States as a reliable partner? Thank you.
For the Prime Minister or for?
For both of you, sirs.
For both. Well, I'll start. Why don't I start, and let me underscore something the President said a moment ago, referencing the importance of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Something to which we are a signatory and we absolutely uphold, and we uphold the decisions and squarely back the decisions of 2016 that are directly relevant to the territorial waters and activities of the Philippines. First point. These types of arrangements, UNCLOS is one very important example. There are many others. Canada is still fully subscribes to them, fully supports them, and will continue to support them. They're not enough, of course. What also has to happen is that like-minded partners are working together across a wide range of areas, which is why today's series of announcements are another step of importance in our bilateral relationships. It's also important that groupings such as ASEAN are effective under the President's leadership, that they're effective in commercial and other areas. It's important that we look for areas together. We've had some of these discussions on topical issues, whether it's cyber, security, other aspects, where new partnerships can be formed. And then it brings to the last, or the first bit of your question, if I may, which is around the role of the hegemons, the United States and China. Of course, we have deep relationships, each of us, with the United States. There is a stronger commercial relationship, if I may, you can speak to it, with Philippines and China because of proximity and others. We look to use those relationships to reinforce the first aspects of what I discussed. All of those are important, and the responsibility of middle powers, I'll speak for Canada, is to reinforce the rules-based order, update it where possible, to build alliances, partnerships in areas where like-minded countries can cooperate, because that strengthens ourselves, but it also strengthens the system. And yes, cooperate with the hegemons wherever possible to reinforce the first two. Thank you.
Well, the Philippines and Canada are in full agreement about the necessity of these bilateral and multilateral agreements that we have spoken about. With the volatility in the geopolitical world in the past years, I think it is a necessary development, not only for Canada and the Philippines, but for other like-minded countries who still continue to believe in international, still hew close to international law and a rules-based international system. Whether or not it's going to be enough is another question, because it's very hard to say, again, because of the volatility and the changes that will undoubtedly come in the future. that will be unexpected and that we cannot predict the nature of necessarily. And so, again, it is very, very clear, I think, to most countries and the leaders of those countries that these bilateral and multilateral exchanges and alliances and partnerships become necessary so that when we face the volatility that I spoke about, that we are facing it from a much larger base, as it were, which will bring us hopefully the stability and will give us the options to adjust. We have two differing forces that we have to balance here. One is to be stable, and at the same time we have to be agile. And the way to do that is to have these firm partnerships and firm agreements between countries, both bilaterally and multilaterally, but at the same time to keep the communications between all our partners very, very active. In that way, we can move together and we can react together, and again, it will give us a stronger base to work from, to maintain that stability, to maintain the peace. And this is all what we are working for, and I continue to believe that it is the right direction to take.
Next question, prochaine question to Canada.
Teresa Barrera, Omni TV Filipino News. Hello, Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. President. With a potential free trade agreement on the horizon, how can Canadians and Filipinos ensure that companies and systems involved in future free trade uphold values such as honesty, dignity of human rights, and non-corruption?
Well, thank you for that question, because it goes to the heart of our values, and it's one of the reasons why we look to pursue deeper commercial ties, deeper security and other ties with the Philippines. These commitments to exactly that: human rights, dignity in work, and the fight against corruption in all its forms. Let me just give one example from today, which is the importance of the protocol just signed in terms of workers' rights in Canada. If I may suggest, this is the first of its kind that has been struck. It's been struck because of the value we both place on this issue. It provides a framework for, I would hope, future accords with other jurisdictions, and we as Canada will work to uphold, without question, these rights and be accountable if that is not the case. And I think that, and I'll stop on this, which is one of the values of your role and those of you in the media is part of that accountability. We have parliamentary accountability, we have accountability directly to stakeholders, and of course accountability through the media. It's a story that doesn't get written if we uphold those rights, but we would like that to be the case, because that's our full intention.
Yes, the sharing of those values of the respect for human rights and the respect for reliability in terms of our dealings it serves as a basis for all that we are doing together, not only between the Philippines and Canada, but Philippines Canada together as we engage the rest of the world. And so it is very much from that base that we start from, because we share the same values when it comes to the different issues that concern our governments and our citizens, and we share the aspirations in terms of what we would like to achieve in the world. And again, that is a very, very important part of what we are doing, because without that, none of these agreements, none of these partnerships, none of these alliances would be possible, because it is only with like-minded partners that we can come to these agreements. And that is why we will continue to promote those ideals, we will promote those values, and we will continue to abide by an international, legally led actions as we go forward.
Thank you.
We'll do the last question, dernière question to the Philippines.
Hi, good afternoon, President Marcos and Prime Minister Carney. To both leaders, the Philippines' new middle income status is somewhat a seal of good housekeeping and a coming out of the country to the international markets and the business community, in particular investments from Canada. For some, economic growth is not the main attraction to engagement, but there are also qualitative criteria, which is similarly related to the previous question, good governance, upholding human rights, and anti-corruption efforts. So how important are these factors in convincing Canadian investors to stay for the long haul in the Philippines, and how can Canada and the Philippines enhance confidence-building measures to reach the goal?
May I start?
I guess,
Yeah.
should I?
Okay, go.
Actually, your media, your
All right.
question. That's a good point.
Well, I think, as you say, it is a form of seal of good housekeeping in the sense that we are recognized that the economic policies that we have undertaken has led us to this. I don't know how you would call it, a heightening of our confidence in our economy. And that, I think that comes from the fact that the Philippines has, in the last 4 years, worked very, very hard to make the Philippines a more investment-friendly destination for both locals and for our friends around the world. And it derived from that was our very early decision, very, very early on in my administration, that the private sector is recognized as a full partner in national development. And that has led us to the FTA now that we are talking about with Canada, and to the other 20 plus FTAs that we have been able to come to and sign in the last 4 years. If you remember that we have been a low. Yes, we were still in the lower strata of the middle income economy since 1987. And it is just as well that it is about time that we moved up on that strata. We have changed that category somewhat. We certainly still have a ways to go. But I think that in terms of economic growth and in terms of being able to identify the sectors in our economy and in our government as well, that need to be amended, that need to be modified, that need to be modernized, really. And that, I think, that is what led to the World Bank giving us that recognition. Now that changes the rules a little bit for us, because we have to become less dependent on just straight out foreign grants, for example. I do not worry. We were discussing this earlier today, and I don't think that it will lead to an increase in interest rates for loans, for example, but we do believe the effect will be on the grants that are given. But nonetheless, that means in a way that can be interpreted as the World Bank saying you no longer need that. And we will replace that with investment. And that, I think, is a very, very important development for the Philippines and its economy.
Well, I agree with everything the President just said. It is look, let's take the good with the good. It is a positive sign for the Philippines, this graduation. This doesn't happen, it's not something that reflects the latest economic statistic, a good quarter. It is something more broad and development that's been built over the course of the recent years. And if I may suggest as well, also the recognition of the importance of the private sector as a partner in overall development. Now, within that context, to your question, yes, rule of law, respect for human rights, transparency, all those elements are increasingly important I mean, they're important fundamentally, but they become very important as an economy develops. That's part of the positive aspect. Agreements such as we're moving forward on today, including prospect of a free trade agreement are reinforcing for all those factors. So there's momentum here and this is and I'll leave it with this, which is this is what progress is you get self-reinforcing momentum, you continue to raise the bar, you have partners who move up with you. And that's what's happening with Canada and Philippines today. So it's a good day. Thank you very much. Merci
Thank you,
beaucoup.
Prime Minister. Thank you, President. Let's get to our press conference. C'est ce qui met fin à notre conférence de presse. Merci.
Now, please welcome the next signatories. For Canada, the Honourable Reshi Valdez, Minister of, and for the Republic of the Philippines, Her Excellency Maria Teresa Lazaro, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. Pour le Canada, le Honorable Reshi Valdez, Ministre des Femmes et de l'Égalité des Genres et Secrétaire d'État aux Petites Entreprises et Tourisme. Et pour la République des Philippines, Son Excellence Maria Teresa Lazaro, Secrétaire aux Affaires étrangères de la République des Philippines. The Minister and the Secretary are signing the Memorandum of Understanding on Tourism Cooperation. La Ministre et le Secrétaire signent le protocole d'entente concernant la coopération en matière de tourisme. Now, please welcome the next signatories. For Canada, the Honourable Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and for the Republic of the Philippines, Secretary Hans Leo J. Kaktak, Department of Migrant Workers. Veuillez maintenant accueillir les prochains signataires. Pour le Canada, la Honorable Anita Anand, Ministre des Affaires étrangères, et pour la République des Philippines, le Secrétaire Hans Leo J. Kaktak, Ministère des Travailleurs Migrants. Minister Anand and Secretary Kaktak are signing a joint declaration of intent concerning labor and migration cooperation. La ministre Anand et le secrétaire Kaktak signent une déclaration conjointe en tension concernant la coopération en matière de travail et de migration. Thank you. This concludes the official signing ceremony. Merci. Ceci conclut la cérémonie de signature officielle. Leaders, I would like to invite you to take your place at the podiums. We will now proceed with the press conference.
Filipino culture is proudly celebrated in the music, the dance, the art of our festivals. Kamayan Fest, Pinoy Festival, and Filipino Canadians join also when there's tragedy, as we joined a little more than a year ago to support each other after the Lapu-Lapu tragedy not far from here. Mr. President, we are one people, united in diversity and our humanity. And Filipino Canadians are also helping to lead our nation, including my colleague, Richie Valdez, Canada's first Filipina member of Parliament, our first Filipina cabinet minister. The community, the Filipino community, has helped build the Canada that we know today. A Canada that's stronger, it's richer, it's more vibrant because of the people who've chosen to make it their home. And this relationship extends across the Pacific to the Philippines, where we share an enduring friendship and now a deepening trade and security relationship. And it's that community that's part of the bridge, as you said, that links our two countries together, and that relationship on which we are building today. This visit comes at an important moment, a pivotal moment for Canada, for the Philippines, and our peoples. The world is more dangerous, it's more divided. Old alliances are being tested as new threats emerge. And at the same time, as we discussed, new opportunities are opening up in commerce, in technology, in energy, and in our culture. And so in a rapidly changing world, what Canada is doing is deepening our partnerships with countries who share our values and our ambitions. And to that end, we're deepening our trade and investment across ASEAN, the fastest growing region in the world. And nowhere is that more important than under your leadership, President Marcos, your leadership, your presidency of ASEAN. We're moving with determination to conclude negotiations of our Canada-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement. Crucially, we're also working hard to finalize negotiations on the Canada-Philippines Free Trade Agreement. You and I committed or intended last year when we met for the first time bilaterally to look to conclude that agreement this year. We're making good progress. It's an enormous opportunity for economies, and if it's one of Southeast Asia's fastest growing economies, it's one of the world's fastest growing economies, a population of almost 120 million people. We have a prospect of tripling by 2035, great opportunities for our business. And really, this free trade agreement would be the foundation of our new Canada-Philippines partnership. We're announcing a joint declaration of intent on energy and natural resource cooperation and a new technical assistance partnership. We're already ourselves amongst the world's largest critical forces pour renforcer les chaînes d'approvisionnement en minéraux critiques et pour offrir davantage de minéraux critiques du Canada et des Philippines sur les marchés mondiaux. Now, economic cooperation is not enough. It has to be maritime security and in multinational military operations. We'll soon ratify the status of visiting forces
to maintain the peace. And this is all what we are working for, and I continue to believe that it is the right direction to take.
Next question, prochaine question to Canada.
Teresa Barrera, Omni TV Filipino News. Hello, Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. President. With a potential free trade agreement on the horizon, how can Canadians and Filipinos ensure that companies and systems such as honesty, dignity of human rights, and non-corruption?
Well, thank you for that question, because it goes to the heart of our values, and it's one of the reasons why we look to pursue deeper commercial ties, deeper security and other ties with the Philippines. These commitments to exactly that: human rights, dignity in work, and the fight against corruption in all its forms. Let me just give one example from today, which is the importance of the protocol just signed in terms of workers' rights in Canada. If I may suggest, this is the first of its kind that has been struck. It's been struck because of the value we both place on this issue. It provides a framework for, I would hope, future accords with other jurisdictions. And we as Canada these rights and be accountable if that is not the case. Accountable if that is not the case. And I think that, and I'll stop on this, which is one of the values of your role and those of you in the media is part of that accountability. We have parliamentary accountability, we have accountability directly to stakeholders, and of course accountability through the media. It's a story that doesn't get written if we uphold those rights, but we would like that to be the case because that's our full intention.
Yes, the sharing of those values of the respect for human rights and the respect for reliability in terms of our dealings it serves as a basis for all that we are doing together. Not only between the Philippines and Canada, but Philippines-Canada together as we engage the rest of the world. And so it is very much from that base that we start from, because we share the same values when it comes to the different issues that concern our governments and our citizens, and we share the aspirations in terms of what we would like to achieve in the world. And again, that is a very, very important part of what we are doing, because without that, none of these agreements, none of these partnerships, none of these alliances would be possible, because it is only with like-minded partners that we can come to these agreements. And that is why we will continue to promote those ideals, we will promote those values, and we will continue to abide by an international, legally led actions as we go forward.
Thank you.
We'll do the last question. Dernière question to the Philippines.
Hi, good afternoon, President Marcos and Prime Minister Carney. To both leaders, the Philippines' new middle income status is somewhat a seal of good housekeeping and a coming out of the country to the international markets and the business community, in particular investments from Canada. For some, economic growth is not the main attraction to engagement, but there are also qualitative criteria, which is similarly related to the previous question, good governance, upholding human rights, and convincing Canadian investors to stay for the long haul in the Philippines, and how can Canada and the Philippines enhance confidence-building measures to reach the goal?
May I start?
I guess.
Yeah.
Should I?
Okay, go.
Actually, your media, your
right.
question. That's a good point.
Well, I think, as you say, it is a form of seal of good housekeeping in the sense that we are recognized that the economic policies that we have undertaken has led us to this. I don't know how you would call it, a heightening of our confidence in our economy. And that, I think, that comes from the fact that the Philippines has, in the last 4 years, worked very, very hard to make the Philippines a more investment-friendly destination for both locals and for our friends around the world. And it derived from that was our very early decision, very, very early on in my administration, that the private sector is recognized as a full partner in national development. And that has led us to the FTA now that we are talking about with Canada, and to the other 20 plus FTAs that we have been able to come to and sign in the last 4 years. If you remember that we have been a low. Yes, we were still in the lower strata of the middle income economy since 1987. And it is just as well that it is about time that we moved up on that strata. We have changed that category somewhat. We certainly still have a ways to go. But I think that in terms of economic growth and in terms of being able to identify the sectors in our economy and in our government as well, that, that need to be amended, that need to be modified, that need to be modernized, really. And that, I think, that is what led to the World Bank giving us that recognition. Now that changes the rules a little bit for us, because we have to become less dependent on just straight out the foreign grants, for example. I do not worry, we were discussing this earlier today, and I don't think that it will lead to an increase in interest rates for loans, for example, but we do believe the effect will be on the grants that are given. But nonetheless, that means in a way that can be interpreted as the World Bank saying you no longer need that. And we will replace that with investment. And that, I think, is a very, very important development for the Philippines and its economy.
Well, I agree with everything the President just said. It is look, let's take the good with the good. It is a positive sign for the Philippines, this graduation. This doesn't happen, it's not something that reflects the latest economic statistic, a good quarter. It is something more broad and development that's been built over the course of the recent years. And if I may suggest as well, also the recognition of the importance of the private sector in as a partner in overall development. Now, within that context, to your question, yes, rule of law, respect for human rights, transparency, all those elements are increasingly important I mean, they're important fundamentally, but they become very important as an economy develops. That's part of the positive aspect. Agreements such as we're moving forward on today, including prospect of a free trade agreement, are reinforcing for all those factors. So there's momentum here and this is and I'll leave it with this, which is this is what progress is you get self-reinforcing momentum, you continue to raise the bar, you have partners who move up with you, and that's what's happening with Canada and Philippines today. So it's a good day. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, President. Let's put some end to our press conference. C'est ce qui met fin à notre conférence de presse. Merci.